Good morning. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm with the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen, the RDOS, and this is the RDOS Emergency Operations Center live stream for Sunday, August the 9th. Thanks for joining us. I'm a little late this morning. I was hoping to start up at around 7, but I've been doing some interviews with Global and then with CBC. And throughout the day today, I will be stepping out now and again. I had a friend contact me and say I should put a little sign up that says the live stream will resume shortly, so I'll work on that while we're talking. I also have replaced the background with something a little more professional than a whiteboard. But as you know, when this wildfire happened, the Bald Range wildfire, things moved very quickly. So one of the first things we did here at the RDOS was we fired up this live stream and thought, the fastest way, the most effective way to get information out to people is going to be through YouTube. Let's use the technology. And then on the website, when we have an alert or an order or any official information that we need to share, we'll post that as well. BC Wildfire, of course, is the location to go for any updates on the wildfire itself. We'll be providing more information about emergency support services, and I want to start with that in just a moment. We'll also be talking a little bit about what next steps might look like, and that's always a bit of a great unknown in situations like this. This fire, as you know, is still very active, and the focus now is on responding to the fire itself, which is what BC Wildfire and the local fire departments and all of the partners and contractors and people that are working on that part of it are doing. But then from there, it's making sure people are comfortable and have what they need, and that's where emergency support services comes in. This morning, when I was watching one of the reports on Global, people were talking about having to wait at the reception center, the volume of people who are there. And I can appreciate, as an evacuee myself now, and many of my colleagues here, that it does take time. It's important to understand, and I'm not going to try and speak on behalf of this entire emergency support services program. We're going to invite one of the directors from that program to come in a little bit later on, if she's able to take time away from the reception center and just talk a bit more about how the program works. But emergency support services is funded by the province, and local governments like the RDOS and the host community here is Penticton. They administer the program with the support of a lot of volunteers. Now, those volunteers activate, basically come on the job, so to speak, as a volunteer, often late at night and often for long, if in our case, the fire caused a later in the evening evacuation order. They mobilize, they spend a lot of time, and these are long hours, away from their families as well, to try to make everybody comfortable to get you the support you need. Now, online, ess.gov.bc.ca, and I'm going to grab that link for you. That's where you register, and I've been talking a lot about that on these programs, these broadcasts, saying go register online. And I've heard from a few people that even if you register online, you may still have to go to the reception center, and that is still a possibility for some people. That's why I believe in the advanced stages, before any kind of emergency happens, if you're able to go and register and be verified with your services card, it may speed things up. So there may be an opportunity, or there may be a situation where you register online, but you still have to go to the reception center. When you go to the reception center, you are going to be met by a lot of other people doing the same thing. And the key here is, remember, please, it's a volunteer-run program. This is unprecedented, this type of fire. I mean, in this area, the fire was big, lots of people were on evacuation order, but then all of a sudden, because this fire did what it did in such a short time, and the decision was made to evacuate the entire district of Summerland, that doubled, or whatever it was, I'm not sure the numbers, but it increased the number of people exponentially who were then all of a sudden needing that support. So patience is key. And I see someone said happy anniversary. I probably shouldn't have shared that detail publicly. I'm not a big fan of sharing personal information, but yes, it is my anniversary today, and I'm here. But I will be calling my wife again shortly. In the early stages of these events, what happens when you work in emergency management? I work with the Regional District in Communications, but a big part of my job is when this EOC activates the Emergency Operations Center, we have to mobilize to do what we have to do to get information out, to make sure that ESS is run properly, to make sure evacuation alerts and orders are initiated and managed. There are so many elements to it. So for people like myself, it means it's not, I'm not going to compare myself in any way to a first responder, but it's that type of role where that's when you have to step in and be prepared to work long hours and be prepared to do what your job is, which is to communicate, to activate, whatever it is. So I don't feel sorry for me, believe me. I'm glad that we can take this opportunity to communicate in this way, because I think it's really important. Putting out an information release, someone having to read it, asking a bunch of questions, having to phone is just not the best process. So what we're really trying to do is get as much information as we can here, and that's where this chat is really helpful. Is if you're seeing a problem, you have a question, we'll try and answer it here. If you're not able to if we don't have the information available, then we'll find it, and it alerts us to the fact that there are probably some challenges or some issues that we might not otherwise know about. And social media can be helpful as well. I haven't even checked Facebook in the last bit because I haven't had time because I've been here. And for the most part, Facebook can be a really good way of sharing information. But when it becomes a rant, when it becomes a misinformation platform, that kind of thing, it's just not helpful. So if you're out in those community groups and you have questions about what you're seeing or what you're reading, don't hesitate to come here and put a note in here, and we'll try and clarify. Or if you have to, you can phone as well. You can see the number there. That's the main number for the RDOS. And actually, now that I think of it, that number is not the best number to call. So I'm workshopping this live on the air here. I think I'm going to cover that up, because the best number to call right now, especially on a Sunday, is to the Emergency Operations Center, which is 250-490-4225. So I've mentioned this a couple times. I'll mention it again. My job, I'm at my desk right now, which happens to be beside the EOC. So I'm basically at work, and it's very strange a little bit for me that I'm basically at my desk doing my job, but I'm also live streaming. So you'll have to bear with me that I'm also trying to function in my day-to-day job as well. But I think that's okay. It's a bit of a behind the scenes. It's real time. So note number one is to replace the phone number with the correct phone number, because that, especially during the week, will just be going to the front desk, and it's best to come here to the EOC. So replace the phone number. I'm going to also make a sign that says the live stream will continue shortly, because a friend of mine, Jeremy, contacted me and said, "Great job. You should put a sign up that says the live stream will continue," because it's just a blank wall, and that's not helpful. But this each day goes on for several hours, so I do have to step out now and again to get a briefing or participate in a briefing, grab something to drink, and say hi to people. We've had some questions about volunteers. So we actually had a firefighter stop in here from a different area who was visiting and said, "Can I help?" What we've said in the short term is the best thing you can do is, if you leave your name and number, what your expertise is and what you'd like to do, that's the best thing you can do. So if you want to send an email, you can do that to eocinfo, EOCINFO, at rdos.bc.ca. If you want to send that email in, if you want to volunteer. Now, it can get challenging to start administering volunteers, so we're not really looking for a lot of people to help volunteer right now. There are community organizations that may be looking for people to help. And I know there was one we heard from yesterday that was going to be collecting donations. That's the other thing, is don't take donations to the reception center. Again, that reception center is at Tick Trade and Convention Center, and you don't want to drop off donations there, because what happens, it becomes difficult to manage. All of a sudden, you've got people bringing bags of things in, and that's not the location for it, because any material that is being distributed there is well organized through the volunteers, and it's things like a kit with toothbrush and other things in it, personal toiletries. So I will get that information shortly about the volunteer group that is raising funds, or collecting donations. So volunteers, I would talk to a local group about that. Again, the Emergency Operations Center gets quite busy. We're managing the tasks that we are managing. So volunteers isn't really one of them right now. So if you can keep that in your community with those community groups, church groups, that would be ideal. As far as funds, there are different groups raising funds. Please be very careful of any potential scam. if you want to make a donation, your best bet is to go to somebody you would normally make a donation to. Again, maybe it's your local church. The RDOS, I think, is looking at a system where we might be able to take donations that could go to a specific fund or something like that. But what I know right now is that somebody like, or organization like the Community Foundation of South Okanagan, which does work all through the area, is very well set up to help and make sure that funds that are being donated are going where they're directed to. That's one real good organization to consider, the Community Foundation of South Okanagan. So that's donations, volunteering, ESS. Remember to go on to the website to register. When you go to the reception center, be prepared, you may have to wait. So for example, if your family is somewhere right now, you're at a hotel or at a friend's place or something, and you can go down there by yourself. I don't believe you need the whole family there, I'm quite sure. Again, I'm going to clarify a lot of this with a representative from ESS a little bit later on and just talk about what that process looks like. But for me, I would rather just go down and wait in a line and not have everybody else have to wait with me. If you haven't looked for lodging yet, if you still need lodging, if you do have family or friends in the area, now this includes people who are currently on evacuation alert in case any of those alerts do change, or if it, for whatever reason, expanded. And I'm not saying it's going to, I'm just saying you always got to be prepared when you're in the proximity of a large fire that things could change. If that does happen, and you think you might need accommodation, I would start looking into that right now. Get your grab and go kit ready. Start looking at what types of things you might want to take with you, moving things from your home that you might want to. And I always use the example of the grand piano. Now is the time, if you're in an alert, to try and move something like that, not during an order. And that includes trailers and boats and things. So basically what you're looking at is, do you need accommodation? If you can find a place to stay, family or friends, some people are going out of the area to stay on the coast to get out of the smoke. If you're able to do something like that, that is helpful because it then frees up some hotel rooms, because there aren't a lot of hotel rooms available. Things are in flux right now because of the smoke. As you know, the province has put in a state of emergency, which means they can limit where people can go and say, if they have to, this is an emergency, we can't have people here. On that note, I've spoken many times with tourism operators and wineries, cideries, distilleries, breweries, people who rely on tourists, not just in the summer, but year round. And it's a difficult message when you hear people saying, don't come to the area. That's just, it's painful to say that, it's painful to hear. But in this particular case, it's important people just be aware of it. Situational awareness is the key. If you don't live here and you're thinking of coming here, call the operator, the business operator that you're thinking of coming to, watch some of the coverage, check out the information available from local governments. Does it make sense to be here right now, and in which area? For example, if there's an area north of here, south of here, any direction where they aren't directly impacted by the fire, you don't want to think you just can't come to this region, because this region is popular with, I think, people across the country and across the world, of course, but they always want to be in the Okanagan. And when we have wildfires, it sends a bad message. But if you do your research, you can still come to certain areas that are safe. And I think that's important. Just do your research, know before you go. And I'm just looking at the chat here. An update on the fire. So I did connect with BC Wildfire Service yesterday with their communications team, and we will certainly invite them, have invited them to join, to come in here to into the RDOS or virtually if we can. I don't know if we can connect that way, but to provide a wildfire update. And in the meantime, if you go to the BC Wildfire website, you can check out what's going on with this wildfire. And I'm just bringing that up right now. So the latest on the actual fire itself will be posted on the BC Wildfire website. For the regional district, our main role is those alerts and orders that you've seen. And right now, there's no update or change to those alerts and orders. I'm just going to bring up the interactive map. If anything changes, what we'll do is we'll prepare posted online on the RDOS website, and then other agencies pick that up. BC Wildfire Service will post it. Emergency Info BC will post it. It will go out through Voyant Alert, which is the notification system, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on as well. And then if you're watching the live stream, you will hear it right away, which can be really helpful. So you're getting real-time information, and the best thing is you're getting it directly from the organization that put the alert or order in place, or the resend. And a resend, if you don't know, means basically all clear. That means that the order or alert that was put in place has been rescinded. Sometimes with an order, so the area in red here that is under an order, what sometimes happens, we're adjusted to an alert. So it means you don't have to leave anymore, you can go back, but you still are on and is rescinded, and it means all clear, you can go home. So back to the wildfire then. I'm looking for the BC Wildfire website page, Bald Range Fire. Still, as you can see in the province, very, very active. And I said, you know, we in this region, the regional district is a section, an area that is 10,000 square kilometers. It goes to can, and we always have to be prepared. So I've talked about this on this live stream, and I experienced it firsthand. Now who've dealt with this, and colleagues who were evacuated. And you can always be better prepared, but having some kind of plan can really make a difference because it takes away the stress. And I'll just give you an example. When I learned that my property was on an evacuation order, I had to rush home. When I got home, what did that look like? I knew I had to leave. So having things already prepared really made a difference. Items ready in the hallway, a grab and go bag. The grab and go bag, I've talked about that so many different times, and it becomes just sort of a thing you say. And I really understand the concept behind it. But I think now more than ever, it's one of the most important things. For other items, your favorite painting, but you have that grab and go bag that you can maybe even leave in your vehicle. If it's got key things that you need, and certainly you wouldn't leave it in your vehicle, the personal documents and things, but you have those ready to go in your house. You're going to need insurance papers. You're going to need passports. Medication is important. Just different things. You know, there are people that have those. I think it's called CPAP machine. Knowing where that is and having it ready to go can make a big difference. Go into your house, grab those things, and you head out. But if you're scrambling, where did I put that? And what, especially if morning happens where you have very little time to leave your home. You don't want to have that where you just didn't have time to grab things that you wanted to. So if you're on an alert right now, that's my advice, that you can do you should do everything you can to be prepared. So back to this fire here. Let's see what the latest is. So I'm checking the BC Wildfire website. BC Wildfire is one of the key places to find all the information. A lady I just waved at is with Alert, another amazing volunteer group, Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. When these team of volunteers gets together to make sure that all of your animals are taken care of. And there are some people that just have to leave their property. So Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team activates and helps relocate those animals and look after them and that type of thing. I'm diverting here, or veering off. So what are we at for, now this is really helpful too. You can see on the BC Wildfire website, it'll give you some really good stats if you're into weather, wind speed, 2 kilometers per hour, that type of thing. Really, really interesting to know. That's from one of the weather stations at Ager Lake, which looks like it's spelled wrong. May have to make a note of that to our friends at BC Wildfire. Ager Lake. Spelling, add that to the list today. The list is already growing of things I need to do. Anyway, let's see where this fire is at now. Oh, I'm going to have to step out for a moment. We're going to have an EOC briefing. So when I come back, you know what I think? I'm going to have to cover that sign up because I'm really concerned that people might start phoning the main phone number, and it's not on at the moment. Anyway, the fire right now, according to BC Wildfire Service, is at 10,340 hectares. So yesterday, later in the evening, it was at around, I believe it was 9,500. So as you can see, it has grown. Still listed as out of control. And up there, you can see at the top, the evacuation orders and alerts are listed on the BC Wildfire website. And that's really important because then you know exactly what's happening. So I'm going to just, I'm going to hit mute here for a second, and I'm going to step out probably just for about 5 or 10 minutes for an EOC briefing. And that briefing is an internal briefing, just an operational update, what's happening, what are our tasks for the day, and any new messaging and information that I might need to share with you. So I'll find that out, and I do appreciate your patience. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's really interesting. I've got a bunch of tabs open, so it says if I close some of those tabs, my computer will run faster. I love this advice. It's real-time advice. Thank you. I'll do that because I have a lot of windows open and I tend to do that, but just closing some windows. Oh, there we are. BC Wildfire. I'll leave that one on, I think. And actually, you know what? I think I should probably leave up the interactive map. I think just for now, because that shows people where the alerts and orders are, and that's from the RDOS, the BC Wildfire, of course, separate agency, and we don't speak on their behalf. But I'll leave that up so you can see it. Wow, thanks. Oh, pulled up a window. Yeah, so you know, I can, if for now, I think I'm just going to leave it on with that one, and then I'll stop sharing. But because I'm not going to be talking, there's nothing going on, I'll just leave that window open. So again, back in about 10 minutes. All right. Doing some operational work here. So again, just if you've just joined us, my name is Eric Thompson. I'm the one of the information officers. One of them was out just there talking to me now here at the Emergency Operations Center. This live stream is intended to provide real-time information throughout the day. So we won't always be in here. We won't always be talking. I'm going to try my best to stay in as much as I can, but I just wanted to let you know for the next probably 15 minutes or so, I will be in a meeting. We're organizing right now. Just had a briefing. There's no new change on the situation with this fire, but it's an operational briefing to talk about what type of information we want to share with people. What are some of the issues that we're dealing with? What do we need to do for the day, for the next while? I'll be sharing some of that information with you throughout the morning and throughout the day. In the meantime, you see behind me there is a phone number. That phone number is intended for, it's our main office for the RDOS. So we use this banner when we're at events. But for this event, the EOC phone number, it's called the EOC info line. If anybody needs to get a hold of the RDOS, the number to call is 250-490-4225. That number, you'll get voicemail, and you don't want to call that one. It goes to the front desk, and it's a Sunday, so there's no one there at the moment. So that's the EOC info line. So I've asked one of my colleagues if they can quickly make a sign to cover that over, so we have the right one on there. Also, the recommendation by my friend Jeremy was to have a sign here that says live stream will continue shortly. Live stream will continue shortly. And what else? I think that's about it. So I'm going to go to this other meeting now to get some more information. And if you do have any questions when I come back, I think this this live stream, the chat is really helpful for that, because we can in real time try to get some of that information, and anything I don't have, I will certainly try to find. So short pause on the live stream, and I'll see you back here shortly. All right, back again. Hello, my name is Eric. I'm with the Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton. I work with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. We have activated our Emergency Operations Center and are working with several partners in the region, including the City of Penticton, the District of Summerland, Penticton Indian Band as well. And with Penticton Indian Band and the District of Summerland, we're coordinating what is in place right now, which is evacuation orders and evacuation alerts. And you can get that full list if you look on the computer right now. You'll see in the background there is the page that's up right now. And I'm going to stop sharing just for a moment because I think we have had some issues with the feed slowing down because we have a share screen and I usually have many windows open. So I'm going to close a few more of those windows. Some of the links I did put in the description box. The view that I have, I can't see the description box at the moment, but it should be in there as well. Some of the key links that you need. Now, just had a chance to talk to the team here on a couple of different things that I wanted to share with you, and left my notes somewhere. There they are. Excuse me for 1 second. Just 1 second. Stand by. All right. Sorry about that. I had to pass something off. So in speaking with the Emergency Operations Center leadership, I have determined or learned that we are going to work on hosting a public meeting. And the time and location will be confirmed, but it's the goal is to try and host it as soon as Monday. So that would be Monday, August the 10th. And all the details, this is very preliminary, so that as you know, with any large incident like a fire, you need to have some sort of public meeting, something that people can come to and ask questions and get real-time information. It'll also be made available virtually as well. So that means online, because there are, of course, people who are outside of the area who've chosen to go to the coast or somewhere else, or maybe can't travel. So to confirm, a public meeting is in the works, very early stages. The goal is to host it on Monday, August 10th, with likely a follow-up meeting the following day as well. But that first one would be virtual, so online as well as in person, and then recorded so anybody who missed it can watch it afterwards. And there would be, of course, an opportunity to ask questions and get real-time information. A couple of quick things I wanted to address. I was just speaking with a colleague, a former colleague rather, who works in the media, and he said that on social media there are comments, erroneous comments about the state of downtown Summerland, saying that it's destroyed. I don't have official confirmation that I can share, but anecdotally I can tell you I've heard that is not the case, that downtown Summerland is intact. The specific buildings that are impacted throughout the district and that type of thing, that process of officially determining what damage has occurred, especially to private property in some of the more rural areas, that process is underway right now. But because A, this is still a very active wildfire, B, the confirmation process is not simple. It takes time. And when any kind of damage is confirmed, the first person or people who know about it or are advised of that are the people impacted directly, so that they hear from a professional, not on social media. We've seen this before where someone takes a picture of an incident and puts it online. And now the person who's impacted by it sees it online, and you can imagine how troubling that would be. It's not overly helpful. So just to be clear, the process of determining what type of situation we are facing in Summerland, in electoral area F, electoral area I, this region, is underway, and steps will be taken to make sure that people know exactly what's going on. And also, and this is why a public meeting is important, what does that reentry process look like? There is a plan in place. These plans aren't made up as they go. I mean, this is a tried and true model of a fire happens, we know what to expect. People know that it means that people are displaced and they need to go back to their homes. How do you determine when it's safe? How do they get the information that they can go back? Those types of things. So on that note, a couple of things that I think are really important is Voyant Alert is the notification system that the RDOS and Summerland use to advise people, let them know what's happening with their property, with an incident, that kind of thing. So it would be really helpful to sign up for that if you haven't, so that if there is an alert or an order in your area, you'll receive a notification either through email, text, and that's really helpful if you're out of your home and you just have your phone. If you only have a landline and you're at home, you can get a message that way. But if you're out and about, you're not obviously going to get anything if you don't have a mobile phone. But also what you can do is you can go and check if you have the opportunity on any one of the websites, the RDOS website or BC Wildfire, to see what's going on, to get that situational awareness. And barring that, make a phone call. So 250-490-4225 is the number. The number behind me there is the main number for the RDOS. And I don't suggest calling that number, especially on a Sunday, but that number goes to the main desk. What you want to call is the EOC, where I am right now, the Emergency Operations Center. And that number again is 250-490-4225. So, yeah, so there's somebody here commenting about certain, this person here. So I want to block this person. I'm really disappointed. I want to say that when I see people in this live stream trying to, just use it as a platform to share their own personal opinions, it's really not helpful. This platform is set up right now, and we're putting a lot of time into this. People who are spending time watching it, people who are gathering information, and myself to try and get it out to you, to not have it as a platform for people to share their own personal opinions that have nothing to do with this wildfire. This really is meant for people who are either impacted by this fire, who could potentially be impacted, and it's not meant as anything other than that. So I'm just going to remove this comment. And so that's just disappointing. I just want you to know that. I think some people have too much time on their hands when they comment like that on social media. This person's talking about politics and Ukraine and stuff, like all very important issues, but not in this forum. This forum is here so people can comment and ask questions, sense of community, what's going on with this fire, when can I go home, how can I get support, what's being done. We're hearing rumors, that's a real big challenge during an emergency, is rumors can spread quickly because for whatever reason, somebody has some information that may or may not be correct. So if you're looking for accurate information, you see anything on social media, come to the source, go to either the RDOS website or the BC Wildfire Service website, Summerland, Penticton Indian Band, Facebook pages for the official groups can be really helpful as well. So I just want to remind that as well. And I see Director, I don't know if that's Director Gettins, but Riley Gettins is the Electoral Area Director for Area F. And I have spoken with her, and I did want to publicly again say, if you'd like to come in and join us here on the live stream and talk, it would be really helpful, I think, to share any thoughts you have. You're more than welcome to come in and do that. We would like to, we're working to get someone from Emergency Support Services to come in to can really talk knowledgeably about how that program works. I don't have a great deal. I mean, I know about it, but I'm not the spokesperson for ESS. I'm not directly involved. But what I can tell you is that Emergency Support Services is volunteer run. Funding comes from the province. It's administered locally by First Nations, local governments, and it is a service that is intended to provide support to people in a time of need. Ideally, it's for 72 hours. If you have house insurance, your house insurance likely will cover, not in all cases, but and you should check with your provider. It will cover you for a certain amount of money so that you can get lodging, you can get a hotel, or same thing, sorry, some kind of lodging, food and clothing and supplies if you need it. So ESS is basically a safety net, and it can also be helpful for anyone, whether they have insurance or not, but it really is intended for people who don't have that insurance. And that's one of the questions you'll be asked is, do you have insurance? So that's really important to know. Once you go online to ess.gov.bc.ca and sign up, that's basically you pre-registering. If you had done that in advance and your account was verified, there's a process you have to go through. Likely you wouldn't have to go into the reception center, but if you're just starting the process now, there's a chance you may be asked to go and talk to a representative. When you get to the reception center at 273, I believe it is, yes, Power Street, the Penticton Trading Convention Center, when you get there, it's going to be busy. Remember that this incident, this wildfire, exploded in a very quick time, and a lot of people were displaced in a short period of time. So that takes what was a certain size of an emergency support services response into something much, much larger. And that means that all the volunteers in the area, anyone available, comes in to help out. It's not perfect. You can't just automatically get thousands of people in there. And it's not about getting staff from the province and from the regional district of Summerland regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen and Summerland have a role to play in that. But the operation of ESS largely is run by volunteers, and that's the way the program is set up, and it works wonderfully, but it's never perfect when you have thousands of people who need support. So I just want to remind people of that, to exercise some patience and be very, very respectful of the people who are there. And absolutely, there's going to be some frustration, and I get that, but please don't take it out on the volunteers. I would highly recommend that people keep in mind that there are mental health supports out there. There can be trauma associated with a wildfire like this. Just from someone like myself peripherally being around it and talking about it all the time, there could be trauma. Somebody who's displaced, who's on evacuation order, someone who may have lost property, the stress of this smoke all the time. So please, if you are watching and that rings a bell with you, make a phone call. Don't hesitate to call one of the support lines, free support lines through the province of BC. Let's see. So BC Wildfire, as far as sharing information about the fire, I know media have been speaking with them and they've been providing updates. I will reach out again to our contact and see if there's an opportunity today to have BC Wildfire on to give us an update on the fire. Any other information that we get, we'll certainly share with you. But of course, the website, bcwildfire.ca, will show you the perimeter of the fire. You can go in and find more information about some of the other elements of that fire, as far as resources deployed to it, so the number of staff and our firefighters and that type of thing. I'm just going to put that link here in the chat. Okay, so I just also wanted to let you know that two things that we are going to do now is, anytime this live stream is paused, when I've had to step out, I'm going to put a little sign up and it'll say live stream will continue shortly. Breaks are usually about 10 minutes or so. I will be stepping out to speak with the media shortly at about 10 o'clock. And there's a member of the media that would like to do an interview and is doing a national story. And I want to talk to that person because I want to take that opportunity to not only go outside and talk to him, but to go over to the reception center, because I haven't had a chance to go there yet. The reception center is not a great place for cameras, because obviously people are dealing with a lot. And I know when cameras do show up, people want to talk to them, and I think that's fine. But there's an element of privacy. Some people don't want to be on camera. Some people don't. It's just not comfortable for them. So certainly the media, I'd like to think, have been pretty respectful of that. I saw a story earlier where somebody was upset about the time it's taking. I think it's important when you hear that to also realize what we've talked about here, that absolutely there is frustration. It does take time, but here's why it takes time. Here's who is running this program: volunteers, with support from the province, with support from the RDOS. It's the way that program is set up. It's a safety net to ensure that people have the supports they need. And there's a lot of funding that goes into it. And when we talk about a fire like this, first and foremost, we're in response mode as a province. So I'm not part of the province. I mean a province, all of us communally within this province. So everyone within BC Wildfire and all the support agencies, local fire departments and others who work on that, that's what's happening right now. Is let's focus on getting this managed and dealt with, while also making sure people are staying safe and have the supports they need. I'm out of my house right now. My family is. Many of my colleagues here are out of their homes. It's challenging. And there are different things we can each do to manage that. And one of the things, in my case, I'm staying with some friends, and they've been so gracious to allow my family and another family and my in-laws to stay with them. We were very, very, very fortunate. But it's only going to be a couple days. So what's the next step? I don't know what that is for me. I don't know when I can go home. I don't know if I'll go to a hotel somewhere. I don't, it's just one of the unknowns. People are reaching out, which is great. And I know they're probably reaching out to many of you too. Family, friends saying, what do you need? Come to the coast, come here. Can we help you? And I think that's amazing. So if you're on evacuation alert and you're thinking there's a chance you might be in this position of being on evacuation order, start looking at what that looks like for your family. And if you're able to go and stay with family or friends somewhere in the vicinity or outside the area, start looking at those options and what that means for your family, your pets, and your personal belongings and things you want to take with you. Okay, someone's asking if there will be more evacuation orders. There is no new information right now. And I think all of you who've been watching know I'm being very honest with you. If I have information that I can share with you, I will absolutely do that. When I look right now at this wildfire map, I'm relying on the information directly from BC Wildfire that you would get as well. When we go into an EOC briefing, it's an operational briefing to say, what are the next steps for this operation? And that's where the local government is managing that process of trying to bring everybody together, hearing from BC Wildfire, who's the response agency, and planning the next steps. Do we need to put in another order or alert? Do we need to take off, rescind an order or alert? And when that process happens, it's quick, but it takes there is a process. So as soon as the information becomes public, it will be on the website. BC Wildfire will also share it. Emergency Info BC will share it. Media user will share those as well. It goes out through Voyant Alert, so directly to anyone who's signed up for Voyant Alert. And if you're watching the live stream, hopefully we'll have it here as quickly as we can as well. Okay. Some people are saying in social media posts that the fire was moving north last night. No idea. You're asking if someone has firsthand knowledge. Firsthand knowledge from somebody that you know has verified information is really helpful. Relying on secondhand, thirdhand information, unverified information, people who might purposely want to cause problems because, again, it kind of boggles my mind that people would take the opportunity to spread misinformation, but it does happen. So just, again, situational awareness. If you're seeing something online and you're not sure about it, you can phone directly to the RDOS, and if we can then maybe find the answer for you. If it's not our answer to find or our answer to give, we'll try and get the information. 250-490-4225. Okay, let's see here. All right, we have with us here the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, with the District of Summerland. And I was sharing with Graham, it's Graham's staff, thank you for coming in, Graham. I was sharing with him just a few minutes ago that we had heard that there were some comments online about the status of downtown Summerland, that it may be destroyed or heavily impacted. And, as an organization, it's important for us to share what we do know. I don't have that direct information, and I think Graham can verify what he does know about that.
Yeah, and I can only give you what I do know, and we're getting the latest information ourselves over the next hour through BC Wildfire. But what I can tell you is I was in downtown Summerland myself yesterday as late as 2 a.m. and everything's fine in downtown Summerland. No visible damage that I can see. There's active fires around the community still that they're being dealt with, and there's some hot spots and stuff. Active fire activity on the periphery of the fire, they're being monitored by our talented BC Wildfire staff, but downtown Summerland hasn't been destroyed, anything like that. It's total rumor and false.
Okay, and that's really good to know, and it's important. I know I'm going to speak on behalf of what people might be thinking. They're saying, well, you were in downtown, why can't I go back? Why can't I go downtown?
Yeah.
The status of getting, and the challenge of getting people back into the area.
Great question. So the reason why we were downtown is to take in cots for our firefighters that were previously sleeping on the carpet in their times of rest and their shift off. So we've got that sorted out. Also dealing with our CMP services in the forward operating center to make sure that the community is being properly surveilled, and they need anything from us from an emergency operations center and forward operating base perspective. We're connecting on that. That's why we're there late last night.
Excellent. And I know you probably shared kudos on behalf of the community and everyone else to those firefighters.
We did, yeah. Incredible professionalism, huge regional and cross-regional effort. We saw fire trucks, names from all over the place, which is super encouraging. And of course, our first responders are all coordinating extremely well and doing everything they possibly can to stay on top of this.
I spoke about the fact that we're in the very early stages of preparing a public meeting, hopefully as soon as tomorrow, if we could put that together, because there are a lot of logistics in hosting a large group of people. But at that meeting, people will be able to get a better understanding of what that process looks like for reentry and some of the difficulties and challenges that we're still facing in actually BC Wildfire is in responding to that fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so reentry has been on our mind even in the response phases so that we could be ready. This public information we're having, we're stepping out a little bit beyond our comfort zone because we do not have all the answers yet, but we're going to give all the answers we can give and our best guess in terms of what it looks like. We have been doing the planning, staged reentry, where we can accommodate it, working closely to make sure those areas are safe. Basic requirements will have to be made in those areas before we can let people back in. So it won't be the whole community. It'll be pieces at a time. We can't even promise people will be able to stay permanently once they are there, but we want to start to stage that reentry. And in parallel, what we're doing is maturing options for potential, in very dire circumstances, possibly supervised and interim reentry permitted in certain areas that, but again, has to be coordinated with BC Wildfire. And it's going to be on very specific criteria. We started to give access already to organization that helps with livestock and make sure the livestock are safe and watered and fed and other types of animals. There's a big concern with that where they've been left behind. They're starting to get access in small amounts now. We're going to enhance that as we can get a better operating picture of today's activities in and around the community.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for the update, Graham. I appreciate it. Thanks for taking time.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
So Graham right now is, as the CAO of Summerland, he's also operating as the incident commander here in the RDOS Emergency Operations Center. This live stream, for me, that the value of that information going out real time, we do have some media watching this as well, so they're getting that information. They can quote exactly what was just said from Graham Staff, the CAO of the District of Summerland, is authorized to speak about these matters. For me, that is amazing. It really does help get a clarification out in real time directly from the source. All right, I'm going to be stepping out for a short break in just a moment to get a couple more pieces of information and to make a couple of quick phone calls. I really appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the small number of comments that we've had to ask people to not make on here, because any kind of comment section on social media often devolves into something that it shouldn't be. That's a topic for another day, why people do that, and it's kind of sad. But in this context, it's not sad, it's not appropriate. We are opening this live stream up to provide real-time information to people who are impacted directly by this wildfire, who are either out of their homes or are on evacuation alert, or who live in this vicinity, who are anywhere near this wildfire who could be impacted, and also for the general public. There are probably people watching who don't live in the area but know people here. Family lives here and they want to know what's going on. They want a window into what's happening, and that's what we're trying to provide. Again, it's not perfect. It's not 24-hour news. Certainly if you're watching news, the host doesn't step out and leave you for 10 minutes. Sometimes you watch a commercial maybe, but sometimes I do have to do that. And I appreciate that your patience in that. What we're really trying to do is just keep the window open so that when we have new information, we can share it with you. Normally what would happen with a briefing like this is we would just do a briefing for an hour and that's it. And then we do one the next day. But we have the opportunity here to do more, and that's what we're doing. Going to take a short break, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So if you're watching now, it's just about 20 minutes to 10 local time, and I'll be back at about 10:02 for another short segment, and then we'll continue on. All right, I'm going to step out. Thank you. All right, I'm back again. My name is Eric with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Great question just came in on the chat, and it says, I'm going to close my door just 1 second. It says, when will people start getting updates on actual fire damage of the buildings, including residences? Very good question. Earlier on this live stream, we spoke with the CAO of Summerland, who confirmed that downtown Summerland is intact, and the process is underway right now of assessing the different buildings and the private residences. There are fires burning around the area, so some areas aren't safe to go into. We have heard anecdotally, you probably have as well, from people who may have had their property impacted. So a public meeting is being planned right now. The meeting will likely be for tomorrow, Monday, August the 10th. With the goal of providing any information that's available. And in some cases, there won't be information available, but what we can do is talk about the process. How is the assessment being done? But it's not an opportunity to say, I live at such and such address, can you confirm if my property is safe? That's a very difficult situation because there are so many different properties. It's still an ongoing wildfire, but needless to say, as much information as available will be shared. So that'll be a public meeting sometime on Monday, determining all the details right now because it could be a very large operation to have quite a few people there, but it would be online as well. There will be a chance to ask questions, and there will be an opportunity as well to watch the recording online after the fact, and then a follow-up meeting would be planned likely the next day for those who couldn't attend the first meeting. So that's really important, I think, to remember that. And now frustrations with time lag on going to the ESS reception center, those volunteers are highly trained. They are trained to a level that if they aren't trained, they aren't there. So they're all trained. That's what they do. It's a resource issue. How many volunteers can you muster up when all of a sudden 12,000 people are out? It's just the logistics of large amounts of people moving. It's a support organization run by volunteers, funded by the province, and with support as well from local governments and First Nations. So that's really, really important. I think that people understand that. That's important. Please be patient with those folks, the volunteers, when you're there. It's going to take some time. It's frustrating time right now. I just went outside for a moment, and you know, you can breathe. There's smoke everywhere, and I think that really makes people anxious, especially if you are on evacuation order. People can get stressed. So let's just remember to take a breath. If you know, sorry, probably wrong use of words there. To pause and remember that everyone who's working behind the scenes are doing the very best job and then some to help, including first responders. And this fire is still very real. It's still very large and needs to be managed, responded to, and all of the other elements that go with it, looking after people and then planning toward re-entry as well. So if it takes time, it's because the process is underway, not because people aren't doing their jobs or don't care. So please keep that in mind. With that, I am going to take just a very short break. I will have to go into a short meeting, and this live stream will continue. I would say chat amongst yourselves politely, I guess, if you want. It's a live stream. You can do what you need to do, but let's just keep it friendly and let's stay away from politics if you can, and things that have nothing to do with support and helping be part of the solution to make this situation better than it is, or you know, not worse, I should say. Okay, thank you. I'm going to step out for just a moment. Hi there. Apologies for the delay in providing more information for the last little bit here. I've been in a couple of meetings. I will have a bit of new information for you. Nothing pressing at the moment, but I also wanted to let you know that I'm just stepping out to talk to some members of the media right now. Right now it is 10:44 local time, and I will be back here on this feed by hopefully about 11 o'clock local time and provide some more updates. But in the meantime, I apologize for not being more present, but as I said before, I'm in the middle of working as well, and we wanted to keep the live stream open so that when we do have new information, we can come in, provide it, and then certainly anyone on the chat, if you have questions, I'll try and answer those. But I'm just going to step out now till about 11, and then I'll come back with some updates. Very quickly, in the meantime, ESS, Emergency Support Services, many of the people who are with ESS who are volunteering, people who are here in the Emergency Operations Center, firefighters, and other first responders are also evacuees. So I want you to keep that in mind when you're out and about and you're interacting with any of those people, to remember that the emotions could be high, not just for those people, but also for many of the evacuees and like yourself as well. So just a quick reminder about that, and I'll be back shortly and talk to you then. Okay, we're going to resume our live stream. Sorry again for the delay. I was out speaking with the media and also doing some other work. So I do apologize for the delay. Just going to put my headphone in here. I find the headphones a little bit better for this type of thing. I think the audio quality is better. If you could just confirm, if anyone watching could confirm if you can hear that audio. All right. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm with the Emergency Operations Center here at the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, and this is a continuation of our live stream. And audio is good. Okay, thank you. So I mentioned earlier that there are plans in the works right now to look at a public meeting as soon as tomorrow. So that would be Monday, August 10th, and that meeting would provide some of the information people are looking for. I've had a chance to speak to a number of different people just now on the phone and in person about some of the concerns that are out there. And people want to know specific damage to properties. That information right now is very difficult to come by as far as confirming it because the wildfire is still active. Any list of exact properties that are damaged will have to be compiled, and some of the areas won't be accessible for safety. And also, there's other agencies involved. So whether it's BC Wildfire, the District of Summerland, the RDOS, or others, getting that information, just saying to somebody property X is damaged or destroyed or anything like that is not as easy as it may sound. But any of the information that is available as far as what the process looks like and how homeowners would find out will be made available as soon as possible. So as soon as I'm done doing a quick update here, I'm going to talk with some of my counterparts and find out what that process looks like of having more information out, not just on here, but on our website and the District of Summerland website to confirm properties and that type of thing, because it is quite a process. Another thing people are wondering about is getting access, temporary access. So that process, as we heard from Graham Stadt earlier, he is the CAO with the District of Summerland. There is a process underway right now for to allow access to groups that, like official groups that have experience with this type of thing, to go in and feed animals or water animals, so animals that were left behind. And then if you're looking at other things, properties where people need to get access, there's a whole process that will be prepared when it's safe. So if right now there is no temporary access to an area, it's simply because of the ongoing response to the fire. The highway, to the best of my knowledge, is still closed. And it is difficult to, I got a phone call, so sorry, I'm just gonna take this really quickly, if you don't mind. I'll just be 1 second. Hi, Eric speaking. Hello again. All right. Just wanted to quickly share with you. I want to remind you again that I am in the middle of working as the section lead for the EOC information section. And normally what would happen with an incident like this is once a day or sometimes twice a day, we would do a live video briefing where we'd have the media involved and we'd talk about the latest. We've opted to do this for now, which is just more continuous so we can come in at times and share information. And I can appreciate that's not helpful for everyone because they might miss it. But at the same time, the recording is up if people want to scan through and see where I've appeared on the screen. But that's why I had to leave right now. I had to take a quick phone call or I had to turn the mic off. And it was from BC Wildfire. And I had asked BC Wildfire if they might be able to join us for an update. And they have said, yes, they will. So one of the things, and I'm going to throw this out to our tech people, I've never done like when you're live streaming to bring somebody else into the feed, and I'm not sure if we can do that. If anyone's ever done that, if you want to let me know. So alternatively, what I would be doing is going online and recording it and then putting it back here. I'm going to take this call, but I'm going to keep the mic open, and this is Vista Radio. And hi, Vista Radio, this is Eric, and I'm on the live stream right now. So I just wanted to let you know I'm going to be making, people are going to join our conversation on our live stream. Are you okay with that? Yeah, you're not on here yet, but I'm going to put you on speaker. And sorry, is this Alan? Alan, right? Yeah, Alan G. I just want to check with people watching online. Are we live yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I just want to check with people online. I've just changed my audio so that people can hear. Can you all hear me? Is that all right? I just want to make sure that the speaker's working. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there, Alan. I just was in the middle of the live stream and I didn't want to say no.
When you're ready to go,
okay.
I've got a song fate here.
Okay, no, I'm ready to go whenever you are.
You bet, here we go. Go 97.1, we continue with our coverage of the Bald Range wildfire. And again this morning, just like yesterday with the RDOS, going to check in with Eric Thompson who joins us now. Eric, once again, thanks so much for joining us.
You're welcome, Alan, and thank you for joining us on our live stream.
That's right. And just first of all, hats off to you for doing that. I think it's provided a lot of information and insight for people in terms of everything going on. And as I say that, Eric, there's still lots going on, but what can you provide our listeners at this point in terms of an update?
Well, there are a lot of moving parts. So a couple of different things is we're working here at the RDOS with the different partners on hosting a public meeting. We just talked about it today. It's always so important during something like this. And we're going to look at tomorrow. So that'll be Monday, August 10th. The plan is to have it likely closer to dinner time when people are, people who do have to go work. Make it virtual as well so people can join online for those who have left the area and are out of region. And also then they could watch the recording and then follow it up the next day with another meeting. And someone's asking me just quickly if I'm using StreamYard on YouTube. No, I'm not. I'm just using YouTube. But anyway, so that's one thing. And now the next thing, Alan, as you probably know, is people want to know when they can get back into their properties and when we'll have a list of properties that were impacted. People whose properties were impacted likely know that for the most part. I mean, not all of them. And any information about properties has to be assessed, and there's a safe way to do that. And with this fire still on, it can be very difficult. But when that information is confirmed, those people will be told first, of course, because it's private information and it's difficult information to share. And then at some point, a bigger list will be shared. But of course, it's a process, and we're still very much in this. We're only a couple days into this wildfire. And then, of course, emergency support services. The volunteers continue to do an amazing job with a lot of people needing support. So if anyone's listening and you're in need of accommodation or you are on alert, you might need accommodation, it's really important to see if you can find a place to stay with family or friends, if you can, just to help the situation.
So tomorrow with this meeting, is this going to be part of that plan? Because obviously that's the question right now, that there are people, for instance, my sister with the highway in Summerland, in an area that really was not going to be impacted. And she's patient, but she's just like, do you have any idea of what's going on? And I know District of Summerland working on a plan, but is that what this meeting will sort of entail tomorrow? That
meeting will talk more about that, yeah, because right now there are different stages to it. So Graham Stat, the CAO, confirmed that downtown was okay, but also that there are groups that are accredited, we'll say, to go in and help feed animals and do those types of things rather than just open up the city and say people come in, because obviously that's not safe. So it's a structured way of getting people in, starting with getting support. Say, for example, some of those animals need to be watered or something has to happen. And then allowing people in. There could be temporary access, Graham has told us, and that temporary access is basically, say, for example, people like you said who aren't in a real impacted area might be able to go back and possibly take a look at things, grab some stuff and come out. But if there's no water, in some areas there might still be no power if wastewater is affected. So there's a lot of elements to it, but I think the important thing is we want to give people hope to understand that the process is working the way it should be. It's going as fast as it can, as safely as it can to get people back. And I appreciate information is key for people. So anytime we have new information, we're sharing it in real time. I just got a call from BC Wildfire. They're going to provide us with an update. We're just going to arrange it and it'll be out as quickly as we can get it.
And also, I understand too, Eric, because I think I saw on the RDOS website, the fire, it's out of control. It's still spreading. And now concerns have sort of gone over to a particular and land, but there was an evacuation order that was put in place about a half hour ago. Does that sound correct?
I was just outside actually, and I'm just gonna, if you can hold on a second, I wasn't sure exactly where that was at because I was, just give me 1 second, I was just outside of the building. But I think the key for people to know is that anytime that the status of an order or alert changes or there's a new or alert put in, you will see it on the RDOS website, but you'll hear about it first through Voyant Alert, which is the notification system. So people who need to know about it will get that notification right away. Then it's posted publicly, and then we'll share it here. And I see the evacuation order was posted at 11 this morning, and that was by my colleague Kate, who is doing an amazing job at the desk, along with the other people who've been helping out. And that is for Brent Lake, Shingle Creek area, in electoral area F. The map is provided, and actually I'll just quickly share my screen right now so we can show people. But yeah, so thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I was physically not in the building when that was issued, but I can confirm it for you now. That, again, Alan, was active as of 11 a.m. And for Brent Lake, Shingle Creek area, it is an evacuation order. And that means that people are asked to leave the area immediately out of an abundance of caution for their own life safety. The map itself, I'm going to bring that up. Here is a map of that area. So it is not good for your radio listeners, but of course you can go online to the RDOS website. There's two different websites, but the main one is rdos.bc.ca. Under hot topics, you'll see this latest one. And then if you also go to the RDOS Emergency Operations Center website, you'll see that has now been added. That new area for Shingle Creek has been added as an evacuation order.
And for listeners, Eric, I mean, we should point out as well that that's what you need to pay attention to. I know that in the evenings, you'll see light at times from the fire. It's different than during the day. And then people sort of get in, maybe some of them get in a little bit of panic mode, but I mean, don't pay attention to social media. You should just pay attention. Those orders are going to come right from the RDOS. I'm just saying for those that have those concerns, because it's scary out there. We saw how quickly it sort of impacted Summerland, and it could change in an instant, right? Yeah,
and someone's just mentioned on the live stream that this order isn't on the BC Wildfire website yet. The direct source is going to be the RDOS because we're in charge of those orders and alerts. We're working with Summerland as well. So anything impacting Summerland, you'll find here. You may also find it on the Summerland webpage, and BC Wildfire and Emergency Info BC will also post it, but they'll post it when they are able to in the quickest possible time they can. Remember, BC Wildfire is dealing with the entire province, and their social media people and their website people have been amazing at really getting on top of putting information up as quickly as possible in almost real time sometimes. And I'm always really impressed with that.
And for those ordered to evacuate, again, it's best just at the convention center, register as soon as you can, right?
Absolutely. And so it can be confusing for people because if you pre-register and you go online to ess.gov.bc.ca, you may still need to go to the reception center. If you had set this up in advance and you're already, I think they have to do an assessment. I forget what it's called, but I apologize. But it's not. This is why what we're saying right now with the messaging is always, if you're not in an area right now that's impacted by a fire, but you think you might be, or even if you're in an alert area, do that work now to pre-register and get it all set up so you're good to go. So that when, if an incident does happen, you should be already set up. But for some people, you may be asked to go into the reception center And if that's the case, it could be busy. There are a lot of volunteers, as many volunteers as we can muster up from this area, and staff are providing support as well. But the way that program works, it's difficult when you've got 12,000 or more people. You can't just snap your fingers.
It's all about, and just in general, wherever you are, just have a bag. We have to be prepared. That's where it starts, so that when that instant happens or that you're told to get out, you've already got that stress of leaving. But if you're already registered, have your bag ready to go, if it's any little reprieve, hopefully that'll help, right?
Yeah. Okay, so this is interesting. Someone's, Director Gettins, I think, is saying this, that you don't complete a full active ESS registration while you're on alert, but you are encouraged to pre-register your profile online ahead of time. Exactly. So thank you for clarifying that. One of my goals today was to catch up with ESS and have someone talk a bit more knowledgeably about the specifics of it. But Director Gettins, thank you so much for clarifying that. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Eric, for being with us. And I know you've got a few people to live stream. Is there anything anyone else wants to add for our listeners right now?
I just want to mention, Alan, if you don't mind, I do want to thank the media. We've had some really, really good support from the media. And also remember, please, that people who are working in the Emergency Operations Center, people who are out in the field who are fighting this fire, and some of the fire departments, and also ESS volunteers, many of them are on evacuation order as well. So please have some grace and some patience with them, and be safe out there. And final reminder, this is important too. Yes, you do need to check your home insurance instead of ESS. Like, some people might not necessarily qualify for ESS. It's a safety net to help people. But if your home insurance covers you, please go to that as well. That's really where you should start.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Eric. And anything else you want to add? There's a lot going on. But
I know.
Cover for a little bit.
No, let's keep in touch. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate you calling me, Alan.
All right. We'll chat soon, and I appreciate our chats already. Lots going on, Eric, and thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
You bet. Well, of course, we continue with our coverage, of course, of Bald Range Wildfire, and some more guests to chat to as well, here on Go 97.1 and our sister station, Summit.
All right. So there you go. You need a BC Services card to apply. So what I'm hearing now with ESS is that we need to provide a bit more specific clarification for it. I'll work to do that. In the meantime, we're going to get BC Wildfire on, and we'll have that public meeting, as I mentioned, in the works right now for Monday. Very preliminary still, because there's a lot to put together. But at that meeting, there will be information about emergency support services as well. Going to take a very short break again, check in with my colleagues, see what I've missed, and get back to you in about 10 minutes or so. So if you're watching the live feed right now, it's 11:40. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, so just before 12 o'clock. We'll do a full reset at 12 o'clock with more information, recap some of the latest things we've heard, and go through a few of the reminders and answer a few more of your questions as well. So thanks again for your patience. And I'll leave the map on while I go for the short, let's not break, but it's away from here, doing something different, getting information. And let's see here if we can find the things. Anyway, I'll leave the map up for you. All right. Hello. Apologies for the delay. My name is Eric. I'm with the RDOS Emergency Operations Center, and I was hoping to be back here for a briefing at 12, but I am now 25 minutes late, and I do apologize for that. But I have been doing my other job, my main job, this job, which is to communicate with my colleagues and work on a lot of different things. So what I can do is bring you some good information or some useful information, hopefully. Okay, people can hear me. That's great. All right, where do we start? Let's start from the beginning. How about that? Right now, as of 12:26 p.m., we are dealing with, as you know, a very, very large wildfire, and a new evacuation order went out at 11 this morning on the 9th of August. And you can find that on the Emergency Operations Center interactive map, which I'm going to put in the chat right now. That's one thing. Another one is we are working the RDOS Emergency Operations Center, which is a regional emergency operations center for this area, is working on a public meeting. And it's hopefully planned for tomorrow. And on that note, I'm going to, and I apologize for this, you got to appreciate I am working here and I'm only one person. And it's hard for me to broadcast and do my job, but I remembered something about that meeting that I need to share with one of my colleagues. Actually, you know what I'll do? Why don't I email while we're talking? So anyway, so the meeting will be tomorrow, looking at dinner time, right around 6-ish. But again, details will follow, and we're confirming the venue and a lot of other details. A lot of things have to go into this, but the key part of it is that we would have BC Wildfire there, talk about the fire. We would have information about emergency support services. We would also have information about access. So temporary access is something that's being worked on right now. And that temporary access is to really focus on agricultural and utilities first, key things that are vital to this area. And even that isn't confirmed. So temporary access is something that people are working on. And any new information on that will come out. It's going to take some days. It's going to take weeks to work everybody, to get everybody back into where they need to be. But that's the kind of thing we can talk about at that meeting. And then obviously getting back into your home, there could be a situation where people can maybe go back to their home, check on things, but they have to come back out again. There's talk of the highway. When will that be open? And certainly that's a provincial matter. It's Ministry of Transportation and Transit and AIM and the others that are involved with that. At any time that the highway is able to be opened, we'll tell you right away. There could be an opportunity to open the highway and then have to block off streets so you can't go into Summerland, anything like that. All I would say is whenever that starts to roll out, whatever those next steps are, is to be respectful of the process. And if it's temporary or only certain people can access it, you have to understand that it's being done under an abundance of caution and to keep people safe. I want to remind you again as well that if you are planning to go into the backcountry, any of these backcountry areas, whether you've got an ATV, a motorcycle, a vehicle, if you're smoking, if you think it's a good idea to have a campfire, which it's not, please refrain from being in the backcountry in areas where you might be the cause of a spark. So if you have an ATV and you're in the bush and you think everything's fine, but you're in an area where it could spark a fire, you want to consider your behavior. So all I'm saying is please be respectful of the fact that a lot of people are on edge and a lot of people are nervous about the potential for your activity in the backcountry to cause a fire. And everybody, I think, understands what that looks like and would hopefully be respectful and not say, well, I'm going to be fine, it won't cause a problem. But when you're talking about the dry conditions we're dealing with, and the potential that a vehicle of any kind could cause a fire, or your behavior, and I say behavior if it's having a campfire or just starting a cigarette or something, that's something that is not really a good idea right now. So it's not somebody telling you not to do it, and I don't think the government or anybody in the province wants to say don't go in the backcountry, but what they want to do is be aware of the danger and be respectful. Okay, I saw a couple of questions here. Someone was asking about Canada Task Force 1. I haven't heard that they're coming in yet. I haven't heard anything about that. And someone was asking if we were going to be live streaming the public meeting. Yes, we would be doing that. I've just been speaking with BC Wildfire Service, and we are going to end this feed likely just before 1:30, and start a new feed with BC Wildfire on it. So I'll be doing a short interview with a representative from BC Wildfire to give you the latest on this fire. And we're scheduling that. We're looking at 1:30. So if you just stay on the RDOS YouTube channel, you'll find the links on the other channels as well, like on Facebook and the website. But if you stay on YouTube, you'll see that when it starts. So this would end and that one would start. So what we're trying to do is keep that one going. Someone said turn off the chat or moderate it. You know, we're trying to ask people to be respectful on this process, and we had someone call our office to say somebody was being ridiculous online, please block them. So we're asking people to self-moderate. If I see something, I'll make a note of it. And if you see something, you can report it. When we do our actual public meeting, absolutely, we'll make sure one of our staff are there to moderate it, because that's important. All right, and yeah, boats on the lake, thank you. A really good reminder. It's interesting that we have to say this, but if you are out on the water, you know, there are people visiting, and there's a good chance they're not watching this live stream. But if they know, if someone hears this message, being on the water anywhere where skimmers or any helicopters need to get water, anywhere near the fire, is not a good idea. So give aircraft a lot of space. The drone warning comes up every year. I haven't heard of anything. It's so smoky out there, it wouldn't be a very nice shot anyway. But drones are a no-go anywhere near a wildfire, because it can ground aircraft, prevent them from doing the work they need to do, and it can also be potentially dangerous, and that's not good. Yeah, the meeting will be in my office. That's right. We'll have all 2,000 or 5,000 people here. I'm not sure really how many people will be accommodated at the meeting, the public meeting. It's hard to say how many we can fit in there. But anyway, okay. I'm going to pause for just a moment. So what we're doing is we're setting up that live stream with BC Wildfire, set for 1:30 this afternoon. And I'm just going to cough. See, it's very smoky here. Really, when you go outside, it's quite amazing how smoky it is. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pause. I just wanted to get a couple of things real quick, and come back. So just to recap, I think I talked about some of the key things, but ESS, Emergency Support Services, is another important one. Remember that the process is not always easy. You register online, you may have to go in person, but the end goal is to get you the supports you need. Remember, ESS is to help you in those first few hours or 72 hours if possible. But if you do have home insurance, you are asked to go and look at your home insurance. Now, I'm not an expert in that, and I don't want to give you advice on it, but I was talking to someone yesterday about this, and you know, you may be required to pay a deductible, and nobody wants to use their own insurance for things. But if you have home insurance, it covers you being out of your home during an evacuation order, that's what you should do. That's what that's there for. Public funds, money provided through emergency support services, is for people who need that extra help, who don't have insurance, who aren't covered, and are going to have to be out of pocket. So keep that in mind if you're looking for emergency support services. And then again, the volunteers who are taking care of you are volunteers. It is a provincially funded program. It's administered locally by local governments and First Nations, and and I shouldn't really say First Nations. I'm not 100% sure where any First Nations fit into ESS and how it works exactly, but I know that for the RDOS is working with the host community Penticton for emergency support services. We're a couple days into this incident now. It's smoky outside. It's extremely hot. People might be getting frustrated. So I want to remind everybody to give people some grace. Take care of yourself. Be considerate of other people's emotions. I've had a bunch of people say to me, take care of yourself, because they've seen me here for hours and hours and hours. I don't mind being here. I'm happy to share information. My job is to get information out, and if I have to use a computer to type out something and try and put it out that way, we'll do that as well. But this is faster, which I like, is you can get real-time information, hearing it from the source, in addition to it being posted somewhere so you can go and review it. I did want to say that I am having a smoothie, and a local company dropped it off. I'm not asking for anyone to do that, and I actually encourage you not to, because we're not looking for anybody coming to the Emergency Operations Center, but it's somebody I know. And the gesture is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much. And she basically called me and actually called my wife and said, "Is it okay if we provide some smoothies?" Don't do that, because it's just not. We're not looking for that. I just want to let you know I'm having a smoothie. I'm being safe and healthy, or not being safe. I'm breathing smoke outside. But anyway, so take care of yourself, hydrate yourself, look after your family. We want to give you some hope. That's why we're doing a live stream. This is probably different than most government live streams. Not better, not worse, just using the technology to try and convey information in real time that you need to provide some hope that and some confidence and some calmness that things are being done in a manner with a plan. Emergency management is all about planning. And it's about knowing that whatever the incident is, whether it's a wildfire that nobody saw coming in this in the time frame and the size, or anything else, there are plans in place, people in place, and if locally you need extra help, we can ask for that help, whether it's through the province or through the federal government or others. So a lot of people working behind the scenes to make sure that you can get back into your homes as quickly as possible. Before that happens, people are also working to make sure that people can get back to their properties, or agencies such as Alert can get into properties to help with animals. Again, it's a slow process because the fire is still active. It's a process that has to be done with caution, ensuring that we're making sure people are safe. So that's all I can really say about that. And people are talking about the Martin Mars again. That's funny. Martin Mars, the water bomber, every time a fire happens, someone talks about that. Whatever aircraft, whatever assets are being used to fight this fire, I would say err on the side of BC Wildfire is in charge of that, working with lots of different partner agencies, including local fire departments. They have a handle on how they're going to fight that fire, what the best and safest way to do so is. So social media comments and chats about it might not be helpful. And let's leave it to the experts. And I'm going to take a short pause and step out for a couple minutes, and I'll be back. And a reminder that our next, like this live stream will continue, but at 1:30 we'll start a new live stream, and we'll have BC Wildfire with us, BC Wildfire Service rather. Thank you. Hello, back again. Earlier I was talking about live streaming here on YouTube, and we're not using a third-party vendor, so we're not able to do too much with it other than share screen. But thanks to those of you who provided some feedback on that. Also, we're going to be using our WebEx platform, which is what we use for our board meetings here at the RDOS, and we'll be using that for our 1:30 meeting with the BC Wildfire Service to provide an update on the Bald Range wildfire. So I'm just back for a very short update. I don't have new information, but I just wanted to remind you again about the new evacuation order that went out. And you can find that on the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. You can see that behind me there. No, sort of over there. And then also, if you go to, let me do that now. If we go to the RDOS website, I'm not going to share screen at the moment because it seems to slow down our feed, and that's not exactly what we want. Now, the meeting that we're doing at 1:30 will be a new stream. So we're going to end this stream. You just stay right here on YouTube and then click on the new live stream. And oh yes, I think this real-time feedback is really working for me. I like it. So I won't put the sign here. I'll put this sign there. Thank you. I'm kind of in a rush, and I apologize if I'm speaking fastly. This is an insight. This is very strange for me because it's an insight into what I do for a living here but you don't get to come with me out there, which is not less fun. It's talk to 4 people, answer a couple questions, make sure we've got a plan, all in a calm manner, come back here and update people on a lot of really important information. So not an easy task, but I'm up for it. Wanted to let you know that I've heard some great feedback from different people that is giving me some insights into what kind of information people want. Now, there are some people who are having some challenges with ESS, with signing up, with being able to get service in person because there are some delays. We understand there are some issues with the system itself or some challenges people are having. People are working on it. They're aware of it and they're working on it. So patience, probably not what you want to hear. It's taking time, but we really, really would like you to know that we're aware of it. ESS is a complex system to provide support to people in an emergency. And a reminder too, if you are on evacuation order and you haven't checked whether you have insurance or not, and you don't know, it's worth checking and then look at your insurance options rather than having to get ESS. And I know that for some people might be a challenge because you might think, well, my neighbor's getting support and I'm not or something. But if you have insurance that covers you for that, it might be a little bit easier for you anyway, but it's also the right process to follow. Okay. Yes, back to the order that went out. So if you go, I will share screen for this. Maybe let me know if it does impact the feed at all. It's my laptop I'm using here that's pretty decent, but I think I'm asking it to do a lot sometimes, so it might lag a bit. So what I'm showing you now is the RDOS website. And yeah, I see that I'm pausing in the screen. When you go to the website, you'll see the banner, and that banner won't change. And you click on it, learn more, and that'll take you to the most recent update in Hot Topics. And then if you go back, you'll see the Hot Topics section. So that's where you'll find new information releases. You'll find the latest evacuation orders and alerts. And then my colleague, Kate, who's been doing an amazing job when she puts out an EOC update like this, and we also have Joni and a few others who are helping out. Catcher from the city of Penticton was here. Anna was here as well. When you go to the update information release, so what happens, we put out an alert, put out an order, have some new information, we put it all together in one. What we try to do is put all of the different links in one place that you can find them. So I just wanted to let you know about that. And with that, I don't have a lot of new information. I want to get ready for this live interview we're going to do with BC Wildfire. And again, it'll be a separate stream. So we'll shut this stream down and then we'll go do that one. I'll come back for before then, but I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. But I just need to talk to my colleague about a couple more things with our website and get ready for this live stream, and back in about 10 minutes or so. So it's 1 o'clock right now. Thanks. Thank you for the pro tip. Local government, I have what I have. It's a Lenovo. It's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I probably should have the highest level big gaming PC I can if I'm trying to do all these different things. But you know what? We're doing what we can with what we have. Hello again. My name is Eric with the RDOS Emergency Operations Center. We're going to end this live stream here in just a moment. We'll take a break for about 15 minutes. We're getting set up for our live stream at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time with BC Wildfire Service. We'll have a representative on to talk about the latest on the Bald Range wildfire. We'll also have more information for you about some of the other questions you've been asking about emergency support services. So we're going to end this live stream for now. If you stay on the RDOS YouTube channel, you'll find the new stream when it initiates at approximately 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating in the chat as well.